Oh, so you have your own station. I think maybe he can guide it. They only know it.
Progress and give reports like this, which are very comprehensive. IRAC and IKP have supported us through seed fund. Let's see.
1 minute. So please speak it here and arts going museum portal.
Other things every content of the patient will help get yes, exactly. Start with the existing USB devices. But patient, whenever they come back to the hospital, then we can add the data. But not best. Currently.
All small crabs.
I came a solution starting from the very first week of the diagnosis that was in and also we are also converting into B2C in our mobile application and website. Yeah. Needs to get all this.
Eastern Delhi.
Industries can all engage in a way.
Please continue.
They know. Yeah. So next in 5 requests action buffer. So we don't require. So basically we take the line.
Just because it's beer range is right.
And of buy another points. Like a wearable chair. You just presented this new. Yes.
Oh no, so we are white as monitor. This is my legally on now. Yes, sir. We have pave as the first stage and the second stage is tissue. Lab funding is provided by lab funding is provided.
So these nano monitoring things we use to understand what is the capacity. Yes. Progress do you have a joint?
They are like I will ask.
నిజానే
So the design is generally influenced by our
ఆయన చూసినా నేను చూసిన ఇంతకుముందు ఎప్పుడు చూసినారు ఇలా చూసినా అదే రైట్ ఓ అర్థమైంది అదే స్కై రూట్లో చూసినాం అదే స్టార్ట్ చేసుకుని వస్తున్నాను చేస్తే ఫోన్ చేస్తారు ఏడేట బ్యాటరీ దీని ఎక్స్ట్రా లేదు. హలో మైక్ టెస్ట్ 1 2 3 హలో నాయిస్ కట్ అవుతుందా? ఓకేనా? ఓకే కొంచెం పెంచిన ఓకే మొత్తం అయిందా?
Kiran.
Call, I thought. Saturated fats. So currently we are looking at using the liquid-based dairy and plant-based bakery products. Currently our product is tasty, healthy and plant-based bakery products. Currently our product is tasty, healthy. Currently the market opportunity is huge the worldwide, and India is a big hit with us and use our products in there and meet lot.
No, I'll tell you.
This one. Actually, you want to go there first? Yeah.
Energy generation as well as agriculture panel, because of which only 50% of the land can stage yield underneath this system, and we also and this helps in increasing the element of 30,000 rupees per acre enabler to prove this technology. So when initially we came in, and we have also hi.
Hi, I am Ravi Soni, founder. Hi, I am Ravi Soni, founder of Seminar. We are on a real-time basis transforming agriculture by introducing web apps that
biodegradable, ultra-thin eco-friendly herbal sanitary napkins. Main can be quoted on this. We have to reduce the school-going children over 10 to 14 years.
Hello, I hope I'm audible. Ecosystem, and on that front, what goal is to develop a one-stop solution, starting from the very early stage of the
This is about a teacher. Practical way of learning is very important to.
Hello, this is Dr. Nivedita, Director for Chatbot. Currently, we are
with Apollo Hospitals, Bangalore.
Suffering from osteoporosis, quantification of the risk, India, sensitivity, specificity. It will be very
in Delhi. So we are working in the space on awareness generation, for example, your storytelling treatment. So in this application, we basically provide
institutions to engage in record keeping, which is linked data analytics, which we can integrate with their
patients get the exercises from the physiotherapist. They assign these customer ecosystem private limited and waste management. And our main problem, these are some of the flakes, black soldier fly flakes.
So we are from template technology for cold storage system. Our system is
Good morning everyone, this is Sai and I am working in
Parvis Pinus, developing a microbial surfactant ag hub.
A range of bioorganic inputs, everything that a farmer.
India's only plant-based seafood brand.
And live birds, which always remain from poultry to for the zoological parks and gardens. Thank you everyone, thank you very much.
So we are a startup based animal farm raising. So we are trying to
insect farm. We are involved in waste management as soil amendment. Source
and genomics as data stack. So you can see one of calculation of size. There is calculation of
and the only cure for this is there are no antibiotic residues in the milk.
Thank you so much. Hi, could you introduce your
private limited? Wait for 15 minutes and everything is automated.
Yeah. Hello, this is Sudhakar from Capson.
So myself Ajit Matthew, and this is our product is a machine for cocoa bean separation. 2 or 3 labors for doing that.
Dr. Pradeep, heated and humidified oxygen.
Making it so much aesthetic that it
having a lot of activities in it so that they can avail the vision therapy at the comfort of the.
That's the same gang, man. What to do?
Startups and others outside, please do come in. We're ready to start with our first plenary. Good morning, everybody. Still requesting colleagues outside, come and join us. I know there's a lot of chatting and the whole day is there for that. Please do join us. I request my colleagues from IKP to nudge people inside, so it'll be great. Let's get started. All right. Let's get started for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, outside, you're going to miss all the fun that's happening inside, so please do come in as soon as possible. So let's get started. Good morning. Swagatam, welcome. Today we look forward to really an exciting session on discussions on what is the possible. There are wonderful, fine intellectuals literally across the country who have taken time today and tomorrow to talk about what is that we need to do to make things better. And thank you all for your support and taking time to be part of IKMC2023. You make it all possible for us and motivate us to do better. I don't know how many of you have an idea of what the Anthropocene epoch is, right? So I thought I would give some trivia, which will be useful for you to actually tell other people as well. So this is a period of the Earth's history when human activity, that makes a significant impact on the planet's climate and ecosystem. And for the geeks out there, the word Anthropocene comes from anthropos, which is human, and scene, which is new. And this was made popular by very apt people, I would say, a biologist and a chemist, Eugene Stormer and Paul Crutzen in 2020. So they generally have been debating when does Anthropocene start. They've said it starts from 1950, because that's really when the development, what they call the Great Acceleration, took off. And we have 3 plenary sessions today and roundtables that are focused on challenges, looking at creative solutions, and also we hope that it would result in a collective call to action to make a positive contribution. And the morning sessions, we are going to talk about taking the bold challenges and stories of impact. Then we ratchet up the heat, pun unintended. In the afternoon, we look at how constraints are a source of creative possibilities. We hear some truly inspiring journeys, after which the third session explores what is possible through partnerships. Then we bake into roundtable discussions today on responsible manufacturing and on One Health approach. And then we celebrate, for those who can, let your hair down. I can't, but to celebrate a dinner and awards later tonight. And tomorrow, we are at the Park campus with a product exhibition from our startup team. There are some wonderful startups out there. You should definitely talk to all of them. And exciting roundtables on intellectual property, valuation, and regulatory affairs. Exciting 2 days. We keep talking about it, but we are calling it later, but right now, I want to hear it again. I solemnly your experiences. Now take a moment, look around, right? And if you don't know a person next to you, greet them. Other than that, please do make friends. And one small thing before we start, keep your phones on silent. Keep your phones on silence. Now, we are ready. Without any further ado, it's my pleasure and privilege to invite Deepanvita Chattopadhyay, the Chair, CEO, and the moving spirit of IKP Knowledge Park, to set the stage and get us started. Deepanvita.
A very good in these 2 days. And I'm here doing it for the last 17 years and making positive impact in the Anthropocene. All those who can do it, it's you. This innovators and creators, you. Can we have the video, please?
We, this people, past aloof stars, across the way of indifferent suns, to a destination where all sanity, and allow the pure, that not the pyramids with their stones set in mysterious perfection, not the Garden of Babylon, on this wayward floating body, that we are the possible.
First plenary keynote address today, right now, I would like to invite Vinod Tehlian. Vinod as the CFO on behalf of BP in the Reliance BP joint venture for mobility venture, which offered innovative solutions.
And with a outstanding, or shall we say, building a better tomorrow for all in this transition. Announced by various companies, countries, cleaner forms of energy. So the scale to realize that this is, and the reason for that is we still need to, the per capita income of our people, that access to energy, while an individual can choose not utilize that resource of trying to plan, to look at a range of possible pathways, stakeholders involved, governments, policymakers, increased ambition to do is not enough. Action, a shift in societal behaviors, and can I have the next slide, please? Which was to reimagine energy for our people, to produce energy that's secure, which to a key role in helping the world make this transition, to grow cleaner forms of energy, as well as demand of the customers. In crisis, you had a slowdown down over time. So just demand for energy is growing. And as I said, developing economies, low carbon energy are headed in the right direction. To a large biogas producer in the US today through our acquisition, depending on if you want to use it locally or you want 1,000 charging points installed and delivering and making progress towards our net zero ambition. We are announced that we will invest up to 8 billion an hour. That as the structure of energy, the world will need one more. India consumption today, needs of its economy. So a lot of things has been done by India. For a scheme to increase biogas production. We are all aware of the national hydrogen mission, even as 2030 for carbon emissions. So it needed to, shall we say, bend the. Why is this? By 2040. Also, we'll need to accelerate the build coupled with the production-linked incentives that the government is offering today. Promote the production of hydrogen, but there is no demand on the right-hand side. Now to around a 10th by 20%. So viable will be key strategic pillars. We have, and I'll just pull out some higher fuel efficiency, which again helps reduce not as a premium advertised fuel, but as the normal. We are also at BP. We are renewable energy value chain in partnership. Close. We also have a ventures arm, $1 billion in 65 companies. What is different is we are currently on carbon costly construction within 2 hours of downtime at a fort. We are also supporting them by providing them with gives you for upliftment and development of our people. And we are
quite the impact of what you said and the challenges before the country with respect to the transition, country and the world, with respect for taking the time and being here. It is my pleasure now to introduce the next speaker, who's going to talk technologies, a wireless infrastructure startup. Also happy to
is climate. Rajesh Sood, who depend with a kind of intersection with health, doesn't have a mobile operator. Do you know of a country which doesn't have an airline? Boeing and Airbus make more money. So the question here, for those 60 first camp that you see, pause AI camp. Because I don't think that is the path forward. The CDOT. Did they form it as a... So if a communist nation is not willing to follow that approach, work even again in the future. So the question is, we have some problem. Because, for example, if the track record in ecosystem around India stack 10 years ago, there were two building that public infrastructure 10 years and has transformational. What can we learn from that? At its core is a protocol. And that protocol, people who built those protocols before, all volunteers. Bangalore, to spend a day or two. If you don't take Panga, you're not going to do it with them. And then, of course, that became, how many of you do yoga here? But that Yoga Sutra is a sediment. The bureaucrat will change. About happens because of one of this falls to organizations. Pull this mission, thing will happen. So you have not Reliance, you don't have the money of Reliance, but you. So that then brings here to tell you that we will die trying as two countries in that AI ecosystem. It's China, again. You will hear more about it. It's called IDP. It's data sets to train their models on. And the only place you're already doing it, US is already doing it, that leaves the burden, of course, talent and capital for this to happen. About 3,000 GPUs. So it's a good third is we got to be distinct. The entrepreneur will never have sufficient on health, and their primary goal may be to use an Indian citizens, but in doing so, they will create. So we must do challenge grant. Can somebody tell me here, which is to do with drones? So we draw the attention of our entrepreneurs, not. This is a test, I think. Because AI regulation, actually, the car that I came, that car has riding in somewhat safe cars. The food that dominant company is doing this in India. So therefore, the things that India has brought to life is called the account aggregator. I see some hand. Is emerging. That we
before lunch. So I think it's a super exciting session that we have. And this has got stories of impact for a better planet. That's what we are calling it. I would like to invite the panelists. It will be a panel discussion. Exciting team that we have put together for this. And again, thank you all for coming here for this. The moderator for the panel will be Dr. Jayashree Ratnam. Dr. Ratnam, please come on stage. She is the Director of Wildlife Biology and Conservation Program for the National Center of Buddhists at the Salim Ali School of Ecology in Pondicherry, after doing what startups called a pivot from being a computer science engineer. So this is not the Friends pivot, it's a startup pivot. And then after that, she spent a year by studying captive monitor lizard, where she continued her training as a behavioral and evolutionary ecologist and conservation biologist, followed by 10 years of research at the National Land Structure and Function, Forest Savanna Transition Zone, other change agents to come on stage. It's my privilege to call Nelson Vadaseri, co-founder and CTO of C6 Energy. He's an integrated MTech in biotechnology from IIT Madras. He started C6 Energy in 20... Sure, yeah. And professor, after 22 years in the academic, she said, let me do a startup for a cleaner and greener India. She would also talk about herself. Chief of Staff at GPS Renewable. She is an instrumentation engineer from Cummins College of Engineering and a Master in Engineering Business Management, Lama Fellowship, and Teach for India. I'll leave it to you.
This session here is going to be a little bit left of center for the audience here. So I'm going to start with a very short presentation on the Anthropocene. Sridhar asked me to talk about the Anthropocene and how we can make a better impact on the planet in this particular time that we are living through. And very quickly, we've all heard the word Anthropocene many times today. We've heard the words climate change and a number of other things, but a global map of Earth, and please, 2000s, the most transformed parts of this continent, and built environments, lights, etc. So there's something called the human. 75% of Earth's terrestrial land. Okay, and once again, as you can see in this map, folks, the subcontinent where we live pops up. We've got a mass. Once again, to folks, this is not trivial. Of lakes and water bodies. We have completely transformed mammalian communities on Earth. Humans and livestock account for 96% of the total mammal biomass on Earth. That is nearly threefold that of wild birds. So here's a very nice infographic that I found on that. That is what the mammalian mammals. If we have replaced everything on the planet, the global rate, and then further from 1950, all of these processes that are transformed dramatically in the past 40 to 50 years. Hasn't just gone down, across. Within the monsoon period, you'll get prolonged dry spells. Crops and everything grow is changing. And we don't know in particular whether we can deal with these extreme events. Yeah? also going to change the pattern of rainfall. As a consequence of which cyclone formation, rain comes onto the Indian subcontinent. So two big things that drive how much water we have in the central earth. And you know, when all this is happening with the monsoon and the temperatures are going up, we all like on the subcontinent, they're going to be fine. But they are attributing this mortality to increased droughts, which have become more frequent, which the trees can't handle. And interestingly, I have to tell you this data point, a recent study in the Western Ghats, my colleague, and we need to be, but I think we need to create, and we need, perhaps, compromised biodiversity. This means we need to imagine and design landscapes where humans and wildlife can coexist. It's not an easy challenge, but I really want to begin by asking
us, since we want to continue living on this planet around us, is basically from plants which we grow, but most of the rest comes from, which it turns out is also plant material, but not is, can we live to all the solutions everyone was, what we realized early on is, hey, go down agriculture, because that is the only way to lock in 10. A lot of people were, like how many of you know can we farm the ocean? Grow it is, you take a piece of seaweed, you put it in the water. We did a bit of Googling and we figured to turn it, but on a square kilometer scale. And
it's so mesmerizing, and I think so that we've been doing research for more than 2 decades. So, of the product. So, industrial solutions for textile industry and any kind of processes beyond. And with the intensive research, the textile effluent being discharged in the water bodies and in the land pieces, bade ho gaye hain, abhi bhi the problems still persist.
Good morning or good afternoon. GPS actually is a full-stack biofuels company which works in engineering, execution capabilities, R&D, software layers. So we work on all the layers of... they were together in IIM Bangalore and social issues in India, and there were a lot of social issues. But at that point of time, use technology to solve the urban waste problem, and that is how they landed in the biogas and the biogas plant. But what GPS did was bring incremental innovations, and how we can bring incremental innovations like if you look at traditional biogas plants, they are cement-based, large plants that are not really monitored, does not take a lot of space. So one of our clients like JW Marriott, down, then what happens? So we continued making incremental innovations on remote monitoring system, applied some patents. But yeah, I think the major for good, and that is how we started GPS Renewables. Currently, we are also, like it started with the small-scale plants, but % of Indore's municipal waste. And
stories, and I have...
it is sensitive, not as for the coral. Intertidal zone. And conventional seaweed farming happening, and it's just, because the sea temperature is supposedly to see the kind of...
As the background template, the divertile hubs of the nation, and then we want to...
For this sector, our way that the feedstock works is there needs to be some kind of pre-treatment that needs to be done on the feedstock to the plant remains the same. So I think the challenge is kind of feedstocks.
I'm being told that I think we're being told that we are running towards the end of our session. And Nelson.
Thank you all. Thank you guys.
We are all equal. We don't have to ask for something that we already have.
Yeah. Thank you, Pooja. It's so nice to hear wonderful thoughts from people. So for me, for the young leaders, I think as Nelson Mandela once said, education is the most powerful tool that you can use to change the world. So I think education is the key for us to see a lot of women leaders or women to, be on boards, be it anyone, right? So I think that is something I stand for. And today, what I am today is also to my alma mater of all the institutions that I've been in and how they've shaped me. I think education is the key. So I would start with the younger leaders. We should, as Sri Sadhguru said even yesterday, we should just work towards the percentage of education going higher in women, and we all should be that supporting force for that. And by doing that, we are, winning. So I guess what I'm hearing is we all have to go back to our colleges and spend some time with our next batches and give away and maybe, partner with organizations which are already doing. And that's one of the ways where we can, give back, not just, spiritually, but also on paper. So something that you should all sign today, saying that you will go back with, an understanding that you will probably teach one student or maybe a bunch of students from your college. Yeah, each one teach one. I think we have the there's a homework to do. So, Sandhya Garu.
Yeah, I'd just like to put a little bit of a different spin on the whole thing. I don't know why we think women in India are not doing their bit. I think they're doing great. Just look at this awesome panel sitting right here. Look at all
Hello everyone.
let's start.
So good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Priyankana Mukherjee, Chief Manager, IKP Knowledge Park, Bangalore. Welcome back. History is replete with stories of how great ideas and creations have emerged from constraints, be it lack of access or shortage of resources. Do we expect the same in this epoch of Anthropocene? This plenary session, constraint as a source of creative possibilities, will delve into this through a fireside chat and a panel discussion. The topic of the fireside chat is responsible construction, creating a new paradigm. The construction industry is among the major sectors that contribute significantly towards emission of greenhouse gases, which have a major impact on the climate change and is responsible for about 91% of overall greenhouse gases. 19% of overall greenhouse gases emission globally. While several countries have fixed their targets for zero carbon rating for new building construction, it is unclear how this will be achieved in India, where the average consumer is extremely cost sensitive and most likely unwilling to pay for an extra price for sustainable material and design. Under these constraints, how is the building industry viewing the problem and working out a solution? Let us hear about some of these complex issues from the conversation of two progressive architects, the fireside chat, responsible construction, creating a new paradigm. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Anjan Mitra and Dr. Vinod Gupta. Please, sir, come onto the stage. Anjan Mitra is a designer, an architect by passion, and a creative thinker in search for responsible design practices, a process that has taken him beyond the physicality of architecture to a holistic experience to build environment. This journey started with his design practice, The Appropriate Alternative, in 1992, and sustained over the last 3 decades. He believes that the most sustainable model of development is rooted in conservation and value addition and can be made possible through addition of responsible design practices. Dr. Vinod Gupta is alumnus of School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, and IIT Delhi, and from IIT Delhi. Dr. Vinod Gupta has been a teacher in architecture and industrial design at School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi. He is partner in Space Design Consultants and CEO of Opus Indigo Designs Private Limited, fellow of Indian Institute of Architects, member of Institute of Indian Interior Designers, founder members of Gubi Alliances for Sustainable Habitat, and founder member of Griha Council. So I welcome both of you, and we look forward to learning from you how we can do responsible construction. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon. I think everybody is pretty content after the lunch. So we are talking primarily here of Anthropocene, the kind of possible responsibilities ahead. And Dr. Jayashree has amply made the current situation pretty scary. So I take that kind of take it from there and try and understand what is really the role of construction in kind of today's context, and also a future ahead. If you really remember what Jayashree has said, the kind of footfall change, the kind of built environment change, that has happened primarily of one human expression, and that is construction. Construction is something which is, I would say, is more of a displacement. It is an act which is basically a violent act. It kind of, the moment we conceive, we want to make a statement. So construction necessarily symbolizes a kind of an aggression into the local habitat, local flora, local fauna, ecology. In every part, that is the way of things that has happened. And this particular trend of construction has vastly changed from the construction practices that existed in the pre-industrial area. If you really recall anything in Hindu philosophy, it is that the human beings are considered as a part of a larger universe. There is a kind of a imbalance between the humans and the Prakriti, the nature, Mother Nature, in all its forms. So what happened is that every small little things that is being projected as a shelter or some other occupation, it was always conceived as a part of that whole system. The balance is an essential component because if you're part of it, you always think of a balance. But things started changing when we kind of overlook into this, and then with the industrialization, suddenly the technology has started over, and it mainly challenged the one course that we are not part of the nature. We are here to dominate nature. And that is a kind of an attitude which actually is manifested in construction. Roads, infrastructure, buildings, building typologies, everything changed. The way people interact also changes. So when we talk about construction, we have to really understand construction from this particular manner. Earlier, the building construction was a kind of a circular system. Everybody knows that it needs repair, it kind of comes back to the original cycle, so it's more of a cycling. Today, we have conceived construction almost like a project. So there is a starting point and then there is an end point. In fact, who is going to use it, there is no connection. So construction largely today, the way we see it, is completely separated from the society as a whole. And this is very disruptive. So in this kind of a parameter, I think we have to really look at the construction as a whole. And that is how I find that the topic of this today is that responsible construction. Because we are not taking any responsibilities as far as the construction is concerned. We always think sustainability is a concept. Sustainability is in the thinking process. Sustainability cannot be with a material until and unless it is like Mother Earth, which kind of has an automatic decay. Anything apart from that has a process of putting it together. I think in that kind of a scenario, I would ask Dr. Gupta to elaborate on this particular aspect of sustainability, because through his Kriya Council and his prolonged experience in this, that how really the modern construction is thinking about this.
Hello. Thank you, Anjan. When we talk about sustainable construction, we think of rating systems that define, how good that particular construction is. And we have what we call green buildings, high-performance buildings, and the latest word that we are using for this is net zero buildings. Net zero means we don't import or export anything out of this. And the system that we have, first we define the goals. So the goal is really for us to have, less greenhouse gas emissions, which is what this talk has been this morning. So we, and less energy use is one of the ways in which these greenhouse gas emissions are supposed to be taken care of. So the systems that we have for measuring this, and once we have our goals, and then we, process this, the building process that Anjan was talking about, and finally, when the result is obtained, we can measure it in terms of LEED, which is an American system, and Griha, which is modeled after LEED in some ways, and it defines what a good building ought to be. And ECBC, which is the Energy Conserving Building Code, which defines how much energy you may use in any particular building. So all of these, both of these systems of LEED and Griha, they talk about energy use, water use, less waste to be generated and less pollution to be generated. But the main thing which they deal with is indoor air temperature and indoor air quality. That means what we are breathing inside the building should be good air and, without pollutants, and we should all be comfortable and so on. So thermal comfort and indoor air quality is what it is about. And we have been making buildings, these rating systems came about 20 years back. In 2001, I think the first LEED building was built in India. I've been working with these kind of buildings for about 50 years. So what we have found is that we may achieve good efficiency through any of these systems, because they're basically talking about using more efficient air conditioning, more efficient insulation, and more, efficient faucets in the toilets and so on. The question is whether our goal of using less energy is achieved. The answer is no. We have not been able to do that. Our energy use, water use and things, all of these have actually been increasing. And this is because of what we call the Jevons paradox, which is that as we improve efficiency, we tend to use that thing much more often. We see this most with cars. As cars, as our highway speed increases, it does not decrease the travel time because we travel further distances. If we have more efficient cars, it does not reduce our fuel consumption because we will use this more often. So if we keep in mind the ultimate aim that we have, which is to reduce these consumption and not simply to improve the efficiency, we will have to do something else. So my personal experience is that by making things more efficient, this does not change. But if you can change things in such a way that human behavior changes, that is the thing which makes it possible for us to achieve our objectives. I'll give you here examples of two university campuses which we have designed. One is for NIIT in Rajasthan, in Nimrana, and the other one is for IIT Gandhinagar, which is in Gujarat. Very similar kind of climate in a way. Rajasthan is probably a little bit drier. So what we did in Rajasthan was to use an evaporative cooling system, not install any air conditioning at all in the entire campus. Not allow any cars or motorcycles to be driven in the campus at all. All of them must be parked outside or near the entrance, and no air conditioning was allowed. So this, the university took great pride in this. And then they started talking about the students that don't worry about being slightly uncomfortable. What is important is that you are living in a sustainable building or in a sustainable campus and so on, and this really changed the behavior. After we had finished the first set of buildings, somebody else came and the university decided, no, they are not going to have air conditioning in any of the new buildings. Now, I'll compare this with what happens at IIT Gandhinagar. They were concerned, I mean, we planned this, the campus again with even more important principles, more important designs or different designs. But air conditioning was not taken out of the system. It was very much there, except that they use a very efficient system of air conditioning. And the net result is that now they have air-conditioned hostels, air-conditioned laboratories, all the administrative buildings and everything is air-conditioned. It's not that the campus is bad, it's just that the goals which they were looking for were efficiency, and they wanted to provide the highest level of comfort for the elite students that they have in this campus. And they've probably achieved this objective. But if we look at the objective from a larger perspective, which is a global perspective, and which is to reduce energy use in buildings, that does not seem to happen there. We have, much less use of water, perhaps, in this, and I will talk about that a little more. Now, these systems that I talked about, which we use to measure how efficient our buildings are, most of these apply what is called a per square meter standard. Per square meter standard is that how much energy do you consume in per square meter of the building space that you have built. Or, no, we are not in a situation where our country has a set standard of how much space we can build. So the end result can be something like what we have, Mr. Ambani's house, where there are 4 residents, but they have 60,000 square meters of space. They have built the most efficient, energy-conserving building or most environment-friendly building that they could possibly build. But is this sustainable to have this kind of construction? No. The whole concept of sustainability is something which we need to define a little better in our own context. The European concept of sustainability given to us at the United Nations by the Brundtland Commission is that we are fighting with, or we are trying to save our future. But in India, we are fighting against each other. There are so many different sections in the society, and it is said that 1% of the top Indians control 50% of the wealth in this country. And the top 10% controls 75% of the wealth of the country. And if we take them 50%, they have only 5% or so. So in this kind of a situation, it says 1 square meter, it's not found solutions. And the only solution that I found is thinking about efficiency, changing here will get us to come to a better situation.
Okay, taking this from here, we are having this seminar where in a completely and we're driving for is a kind of a comfort zone, and we are talking about sustainability in general terms. I think we change our perceptions first. On one hand, as Dr. Gupta has aimed for comfort, status, hunger for so many other greeds. If that doesn't change, and your hunger for controlling others, if that is not going to change, obviously the construction industry which feeds this is definitely not going to change. And the kind of construction when we talk about 10% of actual constructions. 90% of these constructions are beyond our domain, which is where the mass of the built area is being defined. Who follows what kind of logic? So until and unless we change our perceptions about the construction that we are trying to do, is first, we have to have that, the overall concept that I am part of this nature. If I want to reverse back, the first thing is we have to change and make ourselves humble enough to understand that I am part of a system, I am not the system. So if we take that system in part, then the way we approach construction is making it purposeful. Why I am trying to do it. That's number one. Number two is whatever we intrude is displacement. Now, construction is displacement in a large scale. You have urban redevelopment, which is a major large-scale thoroughfare. We create huge-scale infrastructure. The Uttarakhand and the Himachal Pradesh is reeling under, Sikkim is reeling under because of extensive landslides, because it completely destroys the ecology. In terms of tourism, in terms of economic boost, what we are trying to do is completely destabilize the culture. Now, this is something which is very, very erroneous. So instead, if we just think that can we reverse this? Now, that reversal process has to include that first and foremost, instead of displacement, can be more accommodative? Earlier in the Indian system, we don't throw anything. All the waste, taking from our kitchen to everything that we used to recycle, we used to reuse. If our clothes are torn, we just mend it up and use it for that matter. The old things, we kind of stitch it, like our grandmother's heritage and other thing, we restitch. We actually wear it with the greater elan. Where is that system gone? So we don't have any respect for what we have. We are talking about heritage. We don't understand heritage. Because our heritage is the way we connect with the nature, the way we connect with the people, the way we connect with the society is completely gone. So if we kind of just reverse this back, then we don't look at our old things in the similar manner. Instead of development, because the inner city cannot be developed, what we are doing is infringing on the farmlands and the marginal. Our development has become essentially marginal. By doing that, we are creating more kind of road infrastructures, creating more pollutions, and all these gas emissions, what we are talking about, when we talk about a unit, then it makes something, but when it is happening at a very large scale, it is enormously destabilizing. So, construction industry can we really think of something else as a more kind of a healing process, of a more accommodative process or a negotiated process? It is that over the time, some things is not there. And also when we talk about construction, we don't talk about maintenance because we think everything is maintenance free. Permanence is something that we all achieve at. But practically there is nothing which is permanent. Until and unless you really cultivate towards that, so maintenance becomes a headache. So whatever establishment that you have done over the period because of non-maintenance, it kind of completely derodes. So I think in this kind of situation, I will ask and try and showcase an alternative. We will be talking about, can we have that slideshow, please? Very recently, in Calcutta, you know, there are, the old Chinatown is there, and there are very large kind of properties, which almost amounts to acres, built over centuries, and in an ad hoc manner. So obviously, if you call for the ground coverage standards, there are almost 90% which is ground coverage. Now, it's a very kind of stingy sites, and after the kind of environment regulation, now the tanneries has been shifted to outskirts of the Calcutta city. What happens to these tanneries with that huge kind of stock that we have? So here is one tannery that I am talking about. It is in the Tangra area, which is extremely congested, and this is where the very major Chinese polarizations were there. So what happens is now these Chinese tanneries, these are kind of landlocked. The road space is not enough. It's not a developable proposition. So what will actually happen to them? So we take this opportunity and then we thought, can we retrofit and make an adaptive reuse, make this as a part of a major kind of a development campaign? So we start with that kind of a example. Now it has almost like 70,000 square foot built up area and built over, as I've said, in centuries. So can I have the next slide? So we take the basic fundamental issues that we are not going to demolish this tannery, number one. So there is no kind of demolition construction waste, which is normally associated with any development program. So first is we'll try to use, reuse, then we want to recycle as much as possible, and we want to retrofit to give a new lease of life. So these are basic mandates, and there are many buildings were actually being pulled down, so we collected a lot of recyclable materials from there. And then we kind of slowly move forward in terms of actually designing it. Next. So this is the way the situation that you see is on different phases of the buildings which are existed at there, and the kind of situation, some has 16 feet height, some are 20 feet high. So there is a height, volume-wise, there is a kind of a play. And absolutely non-serviced kind of a floor space, no daylight penetration, nothing. Next. So what we have done is, we then actually try to parcel this out, depending on the kind of volume, what we can do, where the sanitation facilities, how we can bring out the daylights within, taking out some part of the walls so that daylight can infiltrate into this building, strengthening the building from within so that it is now adaptable to accommodate new kind of activities. And as a result, we have built almost another 30,000 in this area, so almost 1 lakh square feet without demolishing much. So we have inserted, because where there we have found 20 feet height, we have inserted a kind of a mezzanine floor, and we created a different workspace. Now, there are mandatory stipulations of environment, so the kind of fire control and other systems were kind of introduced into this. While we doing that, we used papercrete as a simple, because there are a lot of those products were available, we mix with concrete. So we inserted MS. Today we are talking about steel not being a very sustainable material. We have used steel because that with this kind of a volume is the most apt kind of insertion which is possible without damaging the initial structure and retrofit it. In fact, in some cases we used also. So as and when the situation came up, so we actually developed on that. Finally, the roof we have strengthened, so that became actually, if you know a bit of tannery, the Tangra area, there was no playground, nothing of that sort. So we have converted the roof into a community playground. Now, because this is a wholesale Chinese community, we thought that even the streets, so whatever the street mandatory setbacks we have done, we have created community library into the street space, all because of some recycled books we have actually borrowed. We have created the halls which acted like a banquet for the Chinese community. So that is the way a development became a part and parcel of a community development. So everybody kind of added to this. We have created a football ground and indoor game stadium. Today, I feel that this is a place which is now operating in 150 skill development center, acting as a graphic studio, where in fact quite a large number of brands are actually getting their things designed. It has opened up a bakery because Chinese bakery was very famous. So they have opened up a bakery which is involving a lot of community facilities. It has also acted like a kind of a studio and also a gym into this area. So together this place has become an eyelid creative. It is a kind of a new leadership and entrepreneurship program. So they are actually operating this from this kind of a situation. And in fact, without adding development, and which is, as all of the discussion that we are talking about, the greenhouse emissions, the pollution level, the livability which is not been addressed, that is one thing which is at the stake, at the measure in the new construction practice. So this is a new way we have to look at the construction. If we can use that, probably we will figure out at every possible situation and every possible context, we can then identify a natural course of construction that we take place and how we can engage our large-scale living heritage, the machines, the traditional wisdom involved. In rural areas, we can definitely use them in type of building development practices. So what Dr. Gupta was saying, all those environment quality consciousness that is adapted, if we can somehow converse them with our lifestyle and with our thinking processes, I think we can completely rechange and reshape our construction and development process. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Dr. Gupta. Thank you, Dr. Mitra, for this great conversation and great learnings for us. We now move to the next session. Thank you so much. So we now have a panel discussion with innovators who have used constraints as an inspiration to develop innovative products. So for this, I would like to invite our moderator of the session, Dr. Janvi Phalke. Janvi Phalke is a founding director of Science Gallery, Bangalore. Previously, she held a tenured faculty position at King's College London and pursued her academic career at institutions like University of Heidelberg, Georgia Tech, Lorraine, and Imperial College London. She worked as an external curator for Science Museum London. Her publications include Atomic State, Big Science in 20th Century India, and Science of Giants, China and India in the 20th century. She has also showcased her talent as a producer-director of a documentary film called Cyclotron. She holds a doctoral degree in the history of science and technology from Georgia Institute of Technology in Atlanta. So welcome, Dr. Janvi. Please come onto the stage. Our panel includes Mr. Gaurav Parchani. Gaurav is a co-founder and CTO of Dozy, a company that aims to simplify and transform healthcare in India and beyond. Exclusively designed and manufactured in India, Dozy is India's first contactless remote patient monitoring device. A mechanical engineer by education from IIT Indore. Gaurav is leading Dozy's technology, and he's heading the technology division. Dozy has so far established a presence in 370 hospitals covering 40+ districts in India and is now expanding its operations in Africa. So welcome, Gaurav. Please have a seat. Our next panel member is Ganesh Shankar. Yeah, please come onto the stage. Ganesh is a serial entrepreneur in sustainability and clean tech. He is currently the founder and CEO of FluxGen Technologies. He has also co-founded the Sustainability Mafia with a mission to multiply the impact of sustainability leaders through goal-oriented collaborations. And he also co-founded AirProbe Tech. He is an alumnus of Indian Institute of Science and had worked with GE Digital Energy, Selco Solar, Next First Technologies before embarking on an entrepreneurial journey. Welcome, welcome, Ganesh. So our last panel member is Rajkumar Madan Gopal, a visionary leader. He is currently making significant waves as a co-founder. Please come onto the scene. Co-founder and CEO of Banyan Nation. Through innovative technology solution, he is pioneering the transformation of Indian recycling value chain, promoting source segregation and achieving maximum landfill diversion. His dedication to environmental sustainability led to his well-deserved recognition as a climate warrior at the Forbes Indian Leadership Award in 2023. Raj holds a master's degree in science in mechanical engineering with a specialization in robotics from University of Delaware. With a unique blend of innovation, environmental stewardship, and a rich engineering background, Rajkiran is spearheading a positive change in India's recycling landscape. So welcome all of you. And over to you, Janvi.
So thank you very much in the first instance to Dipanita and Priyankana for having invited me to this panel. I first visited IKP in Bangalore in 2018 when I in fact moved back to India to set up Science Gallery Bangalore. So it's wonderful also to kind of come back to the community in a way at a slightly better stage in the development of the institution that we are setting up, and look forward to constructive exchanges going forward. Okay, thank you. So the panel that we are on would like to consider constraints. And let me say a few things from the perspective of both history, because my training is in history of science and technology, but also lessons that I have learned in the last 5.5 odd years trying to set up a new institution in India, and having therefore interacted with a significant number of academics, but also others in Bangalore and elsewhere. So let me start by quoting to you Melvin Kranzberg, the historian of technology, who, so when I was a graduate student, one of the things we contended with was that technology is neither good nor bad, nor is it neutral. And I think one could say the same thing about constraints. They are neither inherently good, nor are they bad. Our panelists will, of course, tell us more clearly about when they can be good and when they actually aren't good, but they're never neutral. And I think sort of unraveling and disentangling that is where lies the work that we need to do in order to, either innovate or, in my case, create an institution and try to continue to tell what is the significance and meaning of technology in context, technology in society. So let me take up a couple of examples, a couple of historical examples, in order to make the point that I'm trying to make, because historians are often accused of coming in and saying, oh, but it's all complex. But of course it's complex. I mean, there's nobody who doesn't know that already. But why that might matter. So I guess, I don't know if there's a laser in this, laser pointer, no, I can't. But nonetheless, I think the third row from this side, second from top, everybody's seen the film, I'm guessing, Oppenheimer. This is an image from the staff of the Manhattan Project. Now, what the Manhattan Project tells us is a constraint of a very, very different kind. It's about compressed timelines. It's about the journey from the discovery of nuclear fission in 1939. It's only in the early 1930s that even the journey in experimental nuclear physics began. But in 1939, we have Lisa Meitner and Otto Hahn telling us that nuclear fission is possible, and therefore the possibility of an atomic weapon became even imaginable in 1939. And in 1945, we already have two bombs being used allegedly to end the war, a highly complex question. But what this tells us is that, counterfactuals aren't necessarily going to allow you to arrive at any kind of meaningful truth. But if it wasn't for the war, the likelihood of us experimentally having worked out the possibility of nuclear energy was stronger than having put the resources that involved an international collaboration at the scale which was at that point otherwise unimaginable, and the resources that were put into it, the kind of money that went into it, both from industry, academia, and governments, in order to make the atomic weapon possible. That would have been not thinkable had it not been for war. And so contingency is always extremely important to set the context for what kind of technologies get made and don't get made. And so those priorities or those horizons of priorities are always outside of the laboratory, always outside of the incubator, and always outside of industrial labs as well. So this is what, we heard Sharad and Vinod say in the morning, geopolitics. Geopolitics is not a product of the lab. Labs function in registers that are entangled with geopolitics, but it's of course not the only constraint. There are several constraints under which agendas get set and resources are mobilized. And since the Second World War, I would always say in my classrooms, for example, that before the Second World War, we would be hard pressed to imagine a country. We also spoke about who has an airline, who doesn't have an airline. Before the Second World War, we would be hard pressed to imagine a country that would have a Ministry of Science and Technology. After the Second World War, we do not know of a country that doesn't have one. So science and technology are now embedded in what are called reasons of state, right? Like statist ambitions are realized by pumping resources into the production of new technologies and new research. And therefore, the scale at which science and engineering have been done since the Second World War means that the money that is pumped in is also at a much higher scale than anything we could have imagined before that. The First World War, of course, saw poison gases, but most certainly not at the same scale as we saw since the Second World War. And so constraints, what are those constraints, right? Like, are those constraints of setting research agendas? Are those constraints of resources? Because these are not compatible, or in a sense, they're not constraints in the same register. And that is something one needs to kind of constantly be attentive to. And the registers are that of the state, of course, of industry and the market, of academia, of even imaginations, right? Like, can we, as an engineering community or as a scientific community, imagine the horizons where certain things are possible or not possible? And so I think, so this for me is a very good example. This is just one of the facilities of the Manhattan Project. And so I always like to remind myself of, what was the scale at which what was allegedly science and engineering science done, the outcome of which was entirely political. The second example that I would like to briefly touch upon is the Green Revolution in India. Major constraint was food security, right? Like, or what today we understand or conceptualize as food security, but basically lack of food enough to feed the Indian population. So the constraint was scarcity of food, which meant research into high-yield varieties had to be conducted. Not that the roots of it weren't there. In fact, the very first experiments were conducted by an Indian in Mexico before the Second World War, which was then brought back to India. Pandurang Khankhoje is the person, for any of you who are interested in looking at. In fact, he's on a mural, or a large mural created by Diego Rivera at the Autonomous University in Mexico City. So it's not that the thinking or that research possibility or that the possibility of that solution wasn't there before, but the manner in which it was realized and implemented, both in the lab and on the ground, was determined by a constraint, which was food security. Second was, of course, foreign policy, geopolitics again played in. The kind of help that the Americans were willing to extend towards the Indians, the kind of research that was possible in the Mexican labs and later than in the Indian labs, meant we had the Green Revolution, which created, and here's where constraints Sharad also in the morning indicated the need to think things through. And so what we see as the end result of the Green Revolution are constraints of a different kind: increased salinity of soil, high consumption of water, and of course, the production of rice in areas in which rice neither was a part of the diet, but also is simply untenable. Apart from, again, social restructuring in large parts of the Punjab, where landholding patterns changed entirely because now industrial agriculture was the way to go during the Green Revolution, which means social upheaval as well. And so constraints of all kind are also imposed by new kinds of research and new products of technology that we unleash into society. So on the one hand, while research is shaped or solutions are shaped by constraints in different registers around us, the products that we unleash into society or the research that we put in there also creates, in turn, constraints that we may or may not be able to deal with. And historians of technology like to call them unintended consequences. The third, of course, more recent, again, it's like the Manhattan Project, a project of a compressed timeline. Technology known since forever. The pressure of the pandemic meant that we got the vaccine sooner than we would have otherwise, which of course, the debate has been, the debate is ongoing. People are discussing this. Some trust it, some kind of are skeptical towards long-term outcomes of it. I don't know. This is the case I know the least about, but I don't know the answers, and neither do most of us in the room. But again, it's a case of a constraint that is a pandemic, right? Like, so it's not a constraint that's geopolitical. It's not a constraint that's, it emerges out of the manner in which we interact with nature and the manner in which we take it for granted, something that Jayashree alluded to, in fact, very, very clearly and with sort of great clarity in the morning. So what is it that so unintended consequences was the point I wanted to make through this. But there's another point that I wanted to sort of make, is that how does one think about this? How does one think of, so when we have examples, right, like, or when we see success stories or what we identify as success stories, what are the registers in which we place the success? Why do we consider it successful, and how far in the future are we able to imagine? And I don't mean imagine in terms of predict, but what I mean is how far can we think it through? And I think that remains a very, very important point. So constraints don't, what I'm trying to say, I think fundamentally, is that constraints don't often necessarily mean shortages of capital, resources, time or tools. Identifying the right constraints, of course, is essential for any even solution to work. So, constraints can create challenges, which makes things creative, and I think which drives the entire startup vibe, so to speak. But what I think we might want to do is merge these two kind of discourses, for lack of a better word, or merge these two kinds of understandings in order to arrive at a better landscape of what's possible and what's not. And therefore, what we need is new knowledge. If we want to reimagine our relationship to nature, as Jayashree hinted quite strongly in the morning, then we need new knowledge, we need new partnership, but we also need an honest public dialogue about uncertainty, incompleteness, and the tenuousness of the knowledge and products, therefore, that we hold. And I think this needs to be understood better and better in order for us to understand both constraints better, but also the consequences of these ideas that we hold much better. I'll end by quoting a man from about 200 years ago who spoke about how men and women make history, but not under conditions and probably also constraints of their own choosing. And I think having an acute awareness of that, balanced with an optimism that tells us we can still want to control nature, might help us towards a better path. Thank you. Thank you. So, just want to start with asking each of you to tell us in a sort of, quickly, what is it that you do and how you do it, right? So that we understand, in order to, just so that our audience gets a sense of what space you're coming from, and then we'll quickly move on to speaking about probably your strongest constraint, so that in the second round, and in the end, probably we can open up to then identifying a list of constraints. But it'll be good to get a sense of what is the main constraint you have. So if I may ask you to begin with just telling us what is it that you do and how you do it.
Everyone, good afternoon. Excuse me. So thanks for having me here, IKP, and I think we have a paucity of time, so we'll get going pretty quickly. Banyan today is considered a pioneer in the circular economy space in India. I mean, over the last decade, Mani and I have built an organization that has focused on solving India's garbage problem, and specifically the problem of plastic pollution. So just in the last 2 to 3 years, we put over 1 billion bottles on the shelf that uses Banyan's recycled resin that are safe for human contact and food contact applications. And we work with the likes of Unilever, Reckitt, Shell, Castrol, every FMCG major, every oil and lube major, everything you guys touch is something that Banyan recovers and recycles and puts back on the shelf so that you can keep using it over and over again.
Thank you. That was nice and succinct.
My name is Ganesh from Fluxgen. So this world is going through massive water crisis. I mean, because we consume water not just directly. The amount of water that goes into buying a shirt like this or a jacket is indirect water consumption is much, much higher. So what we essentially believe is that this will affect business continuity risk to industries. This means financial risk and compliance risk to actually run their operations, right? And industries are in massive and imminent risk because of water crisis. And just like how water as a liquid is transparent and clear, we make the data of water transparent and clear and build solution on top of it to reduce water consumption by up to 30%. So how we do it is we use digital technologies, AI, IoT, and various other tech to give prescriptive alerts to help them. We primarily help large and very large industries like the Tata Steel, Vedanta Group, of the likes to help them. We have so far saved more than 3 billion liters of water through our tech. Yeah, so look forward to save a lot more in the future.
Do you also work with agriculture? Or is it industry at the moment?
No, agri-processing companies, yes. Like food processing, beverage, yes, yeah.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm Gaurav. I'm representing Dozy. We are a contactless, continuous remote patient monitoring solution powered with artificial intelligence and an early warning system as well on top of this. In a nutshell, what we do is we have these proprietary contactless sensors that go under the mattress, don't even touch the user at all, and capture all the key biomarkers, heart rate, respiration rate, blood pressure, and other physiological parameters. We make them available to nursing stations, and this is in-hospital monitoring outside the ICUs. So for hundreds of patients, you can set up a small command center to have them monitored in one shot. And on top of this, the solution is as easy to use so that it can actually go for home as well. So we're expanding to home monitoring as well as we speak. And there it's also a different challenge altogether. I think we'll speak about the challenge and problems in the next round.
Absolutely. So may I start with you? What is your biggest challenge and how have you addressed it? Or what is your biggest constraint and how have you addressed it?
So when I started out as a single founder, still a single founder company. I always thought like, how do I scale a company as a single founder? Of course, I went on to meet a lot of people and somehow I got people. What I realized is that a founder is not essentially always looking at all the time about operations. Like the fact that I'm speaking at an event like this is also to attract people towards our mission and vision, and eventually they become part of our goals. So initially that was a big challenge, building the team towards a mission and vision on this. While water, is not a very attractive sector to be, unfortunately in the past, now it is becoming more attractive because, water is not charged, the economics of water.
So was building a team a constraint or how did you kind of, so what did you feel was in a way coming in the way of
the unit economics of water is not very attractive like energy or various other sectors, right? So how do you convince, actually when I entered the sector, there is, or when we were started doing business, water got almost like 0.07% of total investment in climate tech investment. That is like not just investment at large only. So there's not enough money in this field to actually be invested in this. On the other hand, people don't think that is a great opportunity, while the crisis was very clear that we are going through big crisis, whether 70% of water in India is contaminated and 21 Indian cities running out of groundwater. So all the problems are very glaringly visible. But people were not willing to take a career in this or investment in this. So events like this gave me opportunity to give great narratives about this to help people get in. And I met most of my people in events like this. So whenever I get a chance like this, I don't miss a chance, because eventually when they hear out the challenges of water, you get very specifically interested people in water sector come and join us. So that's how I think a lot of things to do with storytelling kind of helped us get the right set of team today. And today, of course, it is becoming a very attractive sector. So it's not been so difficult to get people.
Understood. So Gaurav, what would you say has been the one big constraint for you, and how did you work around it?
So it was very interesting, your slides to begin with, where you said challenges are neither good nor bad or nor they're neutral. Unfortunately, we do consider them good. And that's how we've always looked at it. And these are problems that are waiting to be solved. That's essentially the way to look at them. And for us, and just to kind of give you a little bit of idea around the challenge that we're working around, right, or the constraint that we're working around, in India, we have 2 million hospital beds. Out of that, 100,000 of them are ICU, 125,000, which have continuous monitoring, 1:1 nurse-to-patient ratio, and the best of cares possible because the patient is at very high risk. As you move outside the ICU, just 2 steps down the room, suddenly 1.9 million beds, or 1.875 million beds, nurse-to-patient ratio, although recommended 1:4, starts from 1:8, 1:10, 1:15. In some of the rural areas and public hospitals in Chhattisgarh, I've even seen 1:25. And this is not uncommon. Now, the sad reality because of this is that we end up doing spot checks, and at the end of the day, the sad reality is that code blues do happen. Patients are admitted to ICU in emergency from the ward because they're identified very, very late, or there are mortalities outside the ICU that do happen. For an ideal hospital, if there is a mortality that has to happen, it has to happen in the ICU, not outside. That means that we tried everything that we could to save that patient. And that's the sad reality. Now, multiple studies in the last 5 decades have shown enhanced monitoring frequency, continuous monitoring saves lives. You will identify the patient much earlier on. You will be able to take corrective action for many cases then and there in the ward, and for many cases transfer the patient to the ICU at the right time, not in a code blue. Now, this is pretty clear since the last 5 decades, but why hasn't this happened? In our country, still 1.9 million beds are still unmonitored, and not just in our country, even in the developed world as well. And this has to do with constraints, because since the solution was so easy and clear in front of you, you still could not do it. Because resource constraints in the healthcare industry. We are severely short of nurses, doctors, severely short of intensivists. On top of that, the current tech that we had from long ago in terms of monitoring required resources for compliance. When I say compliance, availability of data, collection of data, collection of these vitals and presenting them to the right person at the right time. So both these combined together present that constraint, that single largest constraint, that you don't have the tech that can work without too much interference, with minimal interference or minimal requirement of effort. At the same time, severe shortage, which is just increasing and increasing and increasing.
So let me add a footnote to it here. So you're speaking to us about a circumstantial constraint, right? What we're trying to understand here in this room is what was the so this is a larger situation constraint, right? What was the constraint that came in a way in your way of trying to do your work, right? Like, because this for you is an opportunity.
Absolutely.
Right? This is not a constraint around which you're trying to work. For you, this is an opportunity to develop something.
Absolutely.
What was the constraint in order for you to actually be able to develop what you developed?
Correct. So I think the answer falls right through this because
for you to actually be able to develop what you developed.
Correct. So I think the answer falls right through this because what we essentially did was to get to this opportunity. First thing that we did was we removed the amount of effort required for nurses to monitor a patient. So we made it completely contactless. So the compliance is given for when the patient is on the bed. But for us, the major constraint was people did not believe it, right? How come a monitor can be contactless? What is this new thing? A new thing, and that too out of a startup in India. How can you make such a thing where you can give heart rate, respiration rate, blood pressure from under the mattress? The mattress can be as thick as it can be. How can you even do that? So that sort of a disbelief or saying that, oh, this almost seems like magic was a big constraint for us to convince.
And how did you work your way through it?
We took multiple approaches to that. We did multiple clinical studies. We've done 7 clinical studies. We have almost 100,000 data points to show the efficacy against the conventional monitors that are there in the ICU. Second, we got the regulatory clearances. So we are FDA cleared. So that also helps in terms of bringing in credibility as well. Third was the brute force approach, which was when I approach a hospital, we end up doing a 1-week demo that you use it and see whether it works or not. And then you believe. So using is believing.
So trust was a constraint.
Yes.
And,
it still is.
Or objectivity was a trust.
Yes.
And you were able
But these are the 3
that.
ways we solve it.
Understood. May I ask you to share with us, Raj, what were the constraints that fell in your way and how did you work around those?
For sure. I mean, a startup at the end of the day is born out of constraints. So I think it's our job to, lay down the framework and operate within the constraints that we have to break out and establish that structure, whether it's organizational or business or otherwise. I think over the last decade, I mean, we've been able to do that pretty successfully at Banyan. I mean, one of the ongoing dialogues and conversations in the space right now is that I think regulation is catching up to the work that we've already been doing. And that's the dialogue that we are now part of, at a local and at a national and international level, is to drive not just in India, but across the globe as well in a big way. And I think that will be the next phase of our work in the next 3 to 5 years and beyond.
Okay. So if I were to, as a sort of concluding round, ask each of you to draw up a checklist of between 3 and 5 constraints that startups in India confront, what would they be? May I ask you to start?
I think in our case, I covered the trust bit, but the first and obvious, specifically healthcare startups in India face is the brunt of the regulatory approvals that we need to get without the funding. So that's the second part of it. So it's a chicken and egg problem, right? You require funds to get the approvals, but you require the approvals to be credible enough to get the funds. So funds, regulatory approvals. Another bigger thing in healthcare, particularly in India, is, since I mentioned the shortage bit of it, which has a side effect in terms of that the existing healthcare providers are overloaded. So their appetite for new solutions, new technology, in fact, which are going to help them, is even lesser. So you have to make them believe that, yes, you do give me some time, basis that I will in future generate so much value for you that will solve your problems. But that appetite to hear that solution and believe in it is pretty less as well. So these three, I would say, to a healthcare startup or a healthcare founder in India, are pretty kind of glaring constraints and you have to solve for that.
Thank you. That again was very concise. Please.
Yeah, so while the planet is warming every day, you know, like we talk about climate change, there's a lot of effort just going in the direction of climate change mitigation, which is very important. But at the end of the day, the adaptation and resilience is equally important. Unfortunately, in the climate space, that is seen like a step parent. And whether it is in terms of funding or whether it's in terms of projects at various levels, it's not taken as seriously as climate change mitigation. And water by far, you know, it said that if climate change is shark, water is its teeth. And water sector definitely leads a lot more attention. And then, I mean, we're having COP28 in Dubai next month. It's in November. I still think the agenda would not be a lot about resilience and adaptation. So I think that is a very important piece this sector especially needs the attention in terms of all aspects, right? Whether if this building is climate resilient, we don't know. Right? That awareness, that a knowledge part which is missing of what is the risk this building has if there's a competition for water. Right? I think that piece of information should be more known. Somebody should evangelize that information for people to know what, if they don't take about climate change adaptation strategy today, what will happen to them. Because we are all trying to reduce the temperature of the planet, but still, last year, all the biggest fossil fuel company made the highest profit in the history. So with that information, at least we should start realizing that we have to start focusing on adaptation and resilience equally. Yeah, that's the...
So constraint of imagination.
Yeah.
And discourse, public
also
debate, public information.
Yeah,
discourse. Yeah. Raj.
I mean, the biggest challenge for any startup that's trying to solve a problem is the sector that you're in investable or not. I think that's the fundamental problem that you need to answer for yourself, and I think you have the responsibility to answer it for the wider community of investors as well. I think that's something that we have done fairly successfully in the last decade. And we see a lot of more maturity in the sector now, and a lot more VCP funding coming in globally as well. The other thing is, I mean, we work in very informal markets, very fragmented, very intricate, and very connected, very high touch. It's again, not only resource constrained, but you are constrained for infrastructure as well. So we've made that our responsibility now in our next phase of growth to actually set up that infrastructure, to build the resilience in the supply chains so that we can drive value end to end. So these two are the big things.
Thank you. So we see here a range of constraints that our colleagues on stage have identified. We probably have time for a couple of questions from the audience if people would like to ask them. Sure. So who's going to be the chosen one with the one question? No? Excellent. You've satisfied our audiences very well. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Shivram. I am a director at IKP, and I will be anchoring the third session on plenary on partnerships. But before we get into the keynote speeches, we'd like to start with an announcement of a new partnership for IKP. As some of you might be aware, IKP is entering into a partnership with Montgomery County, Maryland, United States. We're going to be formalizing the partnership through a memorandum of understanding today. And this MOU is going to enable IKP affiliated companies seeking to enter and access US markets with a lot of support. And similarly, it will also be a bridge for companies in Montgomery County to partner with IKP affiliated companies. I'd like to, Dipanvita is on stage, and we'd also like to welcome Mr. Mark Elrich, who is the County Executive, Montgomery County, Maryland, United States. Yeah, please.
So if I can say something quickly off topic, I've listened to two really interesting discussions over the last hour, and I was fascinated by the last one because you made me think about something. You referenced the suit jacket and thinking about all the water that went into the suit jacket, and I was thinking, like, we can make major progress in minimizing water use by eliminating the wearing of suit jackets. But then you'd have to deal with what you were talking about, unintended consequences, which would be unemployment. So all these things are complex. But the discussions have been really interesting. I just want you to know, I'm Mark Elrich. I'm the county executive of Montgomery County. Somebody told me earlier that's like the rough equivalent of a chief minister here, because we all have different forms of government. We're a county of about 1.1 million people, which is small compared to you. The entire DC region, which is considered really vibrant and big, has about 6 million people. So it's a very, very different landscape. We are very interested in opportunities, and the reason we're here is to expand trade relations between India and between the United States, particularly in tech fields, pure tech and also biotech. And we've brought companies with us, so we come not just seeking Indian companies that would like a footprint in the United States, but we brought companies that are looking for a footprint in India, and we think the best way you do trade relations is when trade relations are bilateral, and everybody gets something out of this relationship. And you have amazing facilities here. I was just over at T-Hub, and I am envious. It is amazing now, and when they talk about what it's going to be in a matter of, I guess, months, it is just a real marvel, and I really, appreciate that. You've been able to do something that we struggle with in the United States, which is getting government to invest in infrastructure. And governments here seem far more willing to do that than they are where I came from. So it's a lesson that I will bring back when people say, why can't we be like other people? This is another example of other people do things that we're not willing to do, therefore they're able to do things that we're not able to do. And so it's one of my big takeaways out of this. Montgomery County is the third largest biocluster in the United States and the fourth in terms of talent pool. And we have the highest concentrations of PhDs and graduate degrees in the United States in and around Montgomery County. So we're pretty well positioned for this. And we have a large cluster of biotech companies, including AstraZeneca and GSK and other companies you might be familiar with. We have large land use realtors that specialize in this kind of space. And we are going to be opening up, and Dr. Varshney, who's here today from the University of Maryland, thank you, an Institute for Health Computing, where the goal is to start merging the research capabilities of AI with biological research. I saw that firsthand as COVID vaccines were developing. I'm old enough to think that all lab work was done in actually wet labs, and they weren't done on computers, and increasingly we see things are being done on computers and not wet labs. And so it was kind of eye-opening, and AI is one of those things, great possibility, possibly great risk, but great possibility in terms of speeding research and discovery and using data and learning from data in ways we couldn't even imagine before. So Dr. Varshney is going to be setting up this Institute for Health Computing at Montgomery County, and we think that's something that's going to be of interest to many of the companies in India, whether you're working on the research side or whether you're working on patient data and the collection of information. We think there are opportunities to partner. Montgomery County is in a position where we can provide soft landings, and that's one of the things we want to be able to do. We can, if a company wants to come to Montgomery County, we have the ability to facilitate the soft landing by providing legal support so you can get incorporation in the United States. Incorporation in the United States gets you access to federal, state, and local money. Montgomery County has MOVE grants and has grants that facilitate rent subsidies for companies that want to come here, grants for companies depending on how many people they bring to Montgomery County. So we're very anxious to develop these relationships. Our conversations over the last 2 days have absolutely been phenomenal. We've had a lot of people who are interested, and we want to continue this kind of relationship on an ongoing basis. We'd like to partner with where we came from this morning, because what they have over there and their ability to do things is something we need to be able to do. We don't work at that scale, and to see what they're able to do has just really been eye-opening. So we're going to sign this Memorandum of Understanding, and I'm very excited about this.
So yes, yesterday we actually did the signing, and this is a two-phase exercise we are doing. It's an MOU between the Montgomery County, USA, and IKP. We signed it, and today we are going to celebrate it by exchanging the documents with all of you. And I would request the team, Judy and, yeah, why don't you? Please. Yeah. And I request Bindu and Vishu and Sangeeta to come over.
To the IKP Knowledge Park in recognition and appreciation of your support for Montgomery County, Maryland's 2023 trade mission to India. Your organization's willingness to support relationship building and partnership opportunities among IKP startups and alumni and Montgomery County will lead to business growth, new jobs, and technology innovation in both regions, which will benefit businesses and residents in our jurisdictions and around the world. And thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. So even this. Yes. This is the other one. So, yes, these are Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Right. We will hold, now we'll invite AICCCMB here because there is another MOU that we signed. This is it's whole of Hyderabad participating. So
Please be here, ma'am. Will you be here?
Okay, I'm here.
Exchange it. Give it to him. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks. In fact, it's a small meeting that happened in US Bio, and I met Judy, and of course, Mark is so enthusiastic to understand the ecosystem here in India. And luckily, the credit goes to BIRAC because we discussed in the BIRAC stall, the entire India map is there. So it's easy to explain them what we have and what are our strengths, and immediately I introduced them to ma'am, Deepanita ma'am, and today it's a reality. And a lot more to work, Mark and Judy. Thanks a lot. Wonderful time for the rest of the weeks. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Keep it down.
So I think we're all set for the third panel to explore co-conspiration, co-conspirators. So the first panel, the first plenary set the stage for the discussion. So we had, Jayashree, who scared us a little bit with some of her slides. And then we had Sharad telling us how, the way to address these problems is to start by taking up Anga. And then in the second plenary, we engaged with the counterintuitive thought that constraints can be sources of creativity. And now we're all set to explore the possibility of partnerships. This is actually a fairly important aspect of the whole thing, because we're talking about the challenges of Anthropocene. When we talk about that, we usually use words such as planet scale and global. So it means two things. One is, of course, it refers to the massive scale of the challenges. But the second thing, it also indicates that boundaries are not very relevant. When we're talking about changes in temperature or pollution, line of control and line of actual control may not matter that much. So to also address these challenges in an impactful way and at scale, we need to create partnerships across traditional boundaries between governments and business, between for-profits and not-for-profits, between innovators and bureaucrats, and such stuff. And this means that we are going to have individuals and institutions which are wired in a certain way, with different kinds of goals, different incentive systems, different cultures who have to work together and continue to work together. And such partnerships can get quite complex, conceptualizing them and executing them. And to explore this, we have got three remarkable people who are going to be sharing their experiences in leveraging partnerships in different areas. We're going to have Professor Mahesh Shankaran, professor at NCBS, who will be talking about working across continents to save the savannas. Then we'll have Dr. Ashish Nimgaonkar talking about scaling impact by, of innovation, biomedical innovation. And then we'll have Dr. Chintan Vaishnav talk about forging global partnerships to nurture startup ecosystems. Chintan is not able to join us today, so he has kindly sent us a video with some of his remarks, and we'll play that. First, I'd like to invite Dr. Mahesh Shankaran on stage. Mahesh, please. So Dr. Mahesh Shankaran is Professor of Ecology and Ecosystems at NCBS, Bangalore. And he's one of the researchers whose work is helping reshape our view on the role of ecosystems and climate change. He got his PhD from Syracuse University, and he also did his postdoctoral work in US and UK before joining NCBS in 2009. He has recently played a pivotal role in an IPCC publication, which highlighted the work of biodiversity and ecosystems in the relationship to climate change. And his work has also been recognized by his fellowships. He's recently been elected to the Fellowship of the Indian Academy of Science in 2020 and the Indian National Science Academy in 2021. Dr. Mahesh.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me? Right. First off, thank you for asking me to be a part of the session. And in the interest of full disclosure, I must say that this is an entirely different kind of audience from the one that I'm used to. And hopefully my talk will sort of meet the remit that was given to me. So I was asked to talk about cross-continental collaborations that we're involved with in terms of savanna ecology. And where we work with a lot of ecologists from across the world, in Africa, South America, Australia, and so on and so forth, addressing questions of very basic scientific relevance, right? But I thought that's probably less of an interest to this group. So what I thought I'd talk about today is a kind of challenge that all of us, or all savanna ecologists working across the globe seem to face. We've written about it, we've written policy pieces, we've written, perspectives in sort of high impact papers and journals and so on and so forth. But the problem is, we keep shouting, but nobody seems to be listening. So I really don't know what the answer to this. We've been trying to collaborate to get this message across, and it seems to be one not of uptaking new technologies or ideas, but of unlearning what seems to be ingrained in many of us. And I think that's really a hard problem. I don't know what the answer to it is. So what I thought I'd do is actually just highlight the challenge that we've been talking about, and then, hopefully there will be avenues for collaboration and so on and so forth. So what I'm going to talk about is actually the issue with planting trees in these open ecosystems that we work in. I don't want to start off on a negative note, but just to set the context, people have already talked about this in the morning, right? But we know fossil fuel combustion and land use changes have caused an increase in greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere. This is the famous Keeling curve, which shows CO2 concentrations on the top of Mauna Loa. It's been the longest continuous measurements of CO2 that we have. And as you can see, CO2 concentrations seem to be increasing over time. We all know this, and currently it's about 420 parts per million. And because of this increase in greenhouse gases, we know temperatures globally have also been changing. This is a figure that shows global temperatures over time, and every successive decade has been warmer than the previous. 8 of the last hottest years have been in the last decade. And 2023, we've hit records in terms of the summer temperatures, hottest ever recorded, and we're probably on track to, break annual records too. Time will tell. And as Nelson was talking about early in the morning, the thing is, ocean temperatures are also going up. And, the NASA webpage had an article a few months ago saying the ocean has a fever because they recorded the highest temperatures ever in July this year. And as you can see the black line, these warmer temperatures are continuing, right? So this is a bit of a problem. Possibly we are in an El Nino phase that can possibly extend into next year. And this has major consequences for coral reefs and ocean life and so on and so forth, right? And the thing is, governments over the last couple of decades have recognized that we seem to be in this sort of pickle with respect to climate change, and so we need to do something about it. And so there's been this call for climate action. And there are two basic approaches here. One is technological solutions to actually reduce the emissions in the first place, and also probably reduce atmospheric CO2 concentrations through carbon capture and so on. And the other one that's been put out quite a bit are these nature-based solutions, right? And one caveat here is, while nature-based solutions are necessary, they are unlikely to be sufficient in terms of mitigating climate change in the absence of any technological solutions, right? But I'm going to be focusing a little bit on these nature-based solutions. And one nature-based solution that seems to have, that seems to be all the rage right now is tree planting to sequester carbon from the atmosphere, right? And this has led to many initiatives like the Trillion Trees program to plant 1 trillion trees across the globe. And more locally, we can see, these different governments from different states are trying to plant 22 crores of trees in a day, or even, 1 lakh saplings in the arid, cold deserts of, the Ladakh region. And while reforestation, that is the planting of trees in areas that the trees were there earlier, is definitely something we need to be focusing on, afforestation, which is the planting of trees in areas that they weren't there earlier, can be problematic, right? And which are these kind of areas where we need to be a little cautious when we are planting trees? And those are the kinds of systems that we work on, which are grasslands and savanna ecosystems. Now, the term savanna, I don't know how many of you are familiar with it, but it refers, well, it's a 16th century word. Well, it was first recorded in the 16th century, and it's derived from a Carib-Amerindian word, which means treeless plain. But in its current avatar, it refers to systems that have both trees and grasses. So you have a continuous grass layer, and you have a discontinuous layer of trees, right? And the reason why people tend to plant trees in savannas, and a lot of these tree planting initiatives are focused on these open natural ecosystems, which are savannas and grassland. Why is that? For many reasons. One, if you want to plant a tree, you're looking for an open space, and here's a lot of open space where you can actually go and plant trees. The other is this outdated concept of a climax community, which, people tend to think that forests are the climax, and systems like these are actually degraded forests. That humans have gone sometime in the past, cut these trees and made these systems open, and so these are degraded systems that actually, need to be restored. But both our work and the work of colleagues across the globe has shown that savannas are not degraded ecosystems. They're in fact very ancient ecosystems. They evolved in the late Miocene, about 5 to 10 million years ago. And they're fairly widespread, and these are not degraded forests. The other major issue facing savannas and grasslands, particularly in the Indian context, is they're classified as wastelands administratively, right? This is a fallout from a colonial legacy. But the fact is, if they're classified as wastelands, then they can easily be diverted to other uses, such as tree planting initiatives, right? But like I said, savannas are actually fairly ancient ecosystems. They're very widespread. They cover about 20% of the Earth's land surface and more than half the area of the southern continents. They support a large fraction of the world's human population and a majority of its rangeland and livestock. And for ecologists like me, they're home to the greatest diversity and density of wild herbivores and carnivores of any ecosystem on Earth. Now, most of you, if you watch National Geographic or Discovery, you'd have seen, the first image that comes to of a savanna is the Serengeti. That's, these vast open plains teeming with ungulates. But that's not the only place where you have savannas. Like I said, savannas are fairly widely distributed, and we also have them in the Indian context, but they tend to be a little bit more wooded compared to systems in Africa, right? So the savannas of India, these are again photos of Indian savanna ecosystems. They host very iconic species, many of which are threatened. You have the black buck, you have foxes, you have hyenas, and you have the great Indian bustard there on the left, of which there are only about 100 individuals left remaining in the wild. It's a highly threatened bird. It was a contender for the national bird of India, but if rumors are to be believed, then it lost out to the peacock because a simple spelling mistake or mispronunciation can lead to, embarrassment for, I don't know, the country. So anyway, so all of these iconic species are characteristic of these open savanna ecosystems. But the problem is they're not as protected when compared to forests. So many of these grasslands in India are actually not protected. Right? And when we look at savanna ecosystems, typically you see an open space, right? And so there's no carbon. You can't actually see any carbon being sequestered above ground. So people tend to think that savannas and grasslands don't play a role in the global carbon cycle. But that's not true. If you look at net primary production, that's the amount of carbon that's fixed per unit area per year. Savannas are actually, they account for about 30% or about a third of the carbon that's being fixed by the terrestrial biosphere is actually occurring in these grasslands and savannas. And, compared to tropical forests, which are obviously, the highest in terms of fixing carbon, savannas sequester about 7 tons per hectare per year. So it's not trivial, right? So they do play an important role in the global carbon cycle. But interestingly, most of this carbon is actually stored below ground. Savannas have much, much more carbon under the ground than above the ground. So because we don't see that much carbon above ground, we tend to think they're actually not useful as carbon sinks. But, tropical savannas store almost as much as tropical rainforests in terms of soil carbon. And if you look at temperate grasslands, that's even more. So most of the carbon in these ecosystems is actually below ground, and that's something we need to keep in mind. Yeah? And so the problem, like I said, is everybody and their uncle seems to be going out and planting trees in these ecosystems. And this is problematic for many reasons, right? So tree planting in these ecosystems can actually be a form of degradation rather than restoration. And like I said, there have been a lot of papers written about this in recent years. But again, there seems to be some difficulty with these concepts actually being sort of absorbed and put into practice. Why is it problematic? Why is tree planting in these ecosystems problematic? For one, plantations in these regions often fail, and they don't bring the anticipated carbon benefits. Now you have to put a lot of effort and water into actually getting these saplings and seedlings to survive in these ecosystems in the first place. And the second thing is fire and herbivory are integral parts of these ecosystems. So many of the saplings are either eaten by herbivores or they're burnt, and they tend to die, right? So many of the plantations actually fail. The other thing is loss of soil carbon. When you dig pits to plant these trees, you tend to lose soil carbon. And some studies have shown that actually, when you plant trees in these systems, you tend to lose carbon from the soil such that the net amount of carbon in the ecosystem actually goes down, which kind of beats the whole purpose of planting trees there in the first place, right? And we're not really sure why that occurs and when that occurs, but it has been known to occur. The third thing, and somebody was talking about water earlier today, is that thirsty trees compromise hydrological cycles. Trees transpire much more water than grasses, with the result that when you plant trees in many of these ecosystems, it actually affects the hydrological cycles, it can affect stream flow, it can reduce stream flow and so on. Right? So that's another unintended consequence of tree planting. And finally, grazing for pastoralists. There are millions of pastoralists who actually depend on these lands for their livelihood. And when you plant trees, you reduce grasses, which is what the grazers need, and so it reduces the grazing potential of these lands, right? And so it comes at a cost to livelihoods. And finally, there's loss of native biodiversity. Like I said, these grasslands evolved 5 to 8 million years ago, and all of those spectacular ungulates that you see all over Africa and these dry forest, dry system species in India, they all evolved at the same time. They co-evolved with these grasslands, right? And so we tend to lose this native biodiversity when we plant trees and convert these ecosystems into something else that they were not meant to be, right? So the message here is that, and this is a message that savanna ecologists have been trying to make across the globe, unfortunately with limited success, is that tree planting programs in these ecosystems must be carefully planned. You need to plant the right trees in the right places at the right densities. right? And so rather than plant trees in grasslands, what we need to be doing is prioritizing the restoration of forests or reforestation, planting trees in areas where they were already there before. And for grasslands, we actually need to be working on restoring grasslands. Our work has shown that even after 20 years of, keeping herbivores, keeping fires, and increasing tree densities, most of the carbon in these systems are actually coming from the grasses. The grasses are still the drivers of soil carbon. So we need to be finding ways to restore these grasslands. Unfortunately, unlike tree planting, restoring grasslands is a major problem. We really don't know how to do it properly, right? And there's clearly a need for much more work here to be able to successfully restore these grasslands. Of course, planting in urban, semi-urban, farmland edges, all of that is fine. We should be encouraging that. And provided food security is not compromised, we can plant some amount of trees in grasslands, but we need to ensure, and in savannas, but we need to ensure that they're planted at the right densities, right? And I'm just going to finish, if I have time, to just show 3 or 4 slides, a little story of how planting the wrong trees in the wrong place can have very long-lasting unintended consequences. I don't know how many of you have seen these ecosystems, the Shola grassland mosaics. If you go to the higher elevations of the Western Ghats, you will see this very unique ecosystem. And this is pretty unique because it's a system where you have both trees and grasses in the same place under the same climate, right? And unfortunately, you see these systems in other parts of the globe, like in Angola, Gabon, South Africa, Brazil, and so on, but they're very restricted where they occur. So they're highly localized and they're highly threatened ecosystems. So this is a story about the Nilgiris and Ooty. I'm sure most of you have been to Ooty. Is there anybody here who's been to Ooty before? Yeah? Right, so in the early 1800s, when the British first went to Ooty, this is what Ooty looked like. So I had a student who went to the India office in the British Library and went through all the old colonial literature. And so Ooty in 1834 looked like this. It was a forest grassland mosaic. That is Ooty Lake there, by the way. And the Britishers looked at this, the colonial foresters, and they had this philosophy that trees are the climax communities and grasslands are not. So they looked at this and said, the indigenous people have totally mismanaged this habitat. This should be a forest, but because of their mismanagement of the habitat, this is what it looks like. But we know now, based on paleo evidence, that these systems have existed for at least 40,000 years, long before humans have come in, right? And so what did the British do? Colonial foresters went and started planting trees. So this is St. Stephen's Church in Ooty. This is what it looked like in 1834. Then they started planting trees. By 1851, it looked like this. By 1905, you'd converted this grassland into this. And 2015, this is what it looks like. So a native grassland that was unique, hosted unique species, hosted endemic species, all of it's gone. The interesting thing here to note is that they tried planting native trees, and all of those plantations failed. So what the British did was they brought about 40 different species from across the globe, and some of them succeeded. Actually, if you go to Ooty now, most of what you see is actually pines and eucalyptus and all native, non-native species. And one species in particular, Acacia meonzii, wattle, got out of control, right? And so this is what it looks like. So this green patch is what the native habitat is. All of that dirty green around it is grassland that's been invaded by this one species, Acacia meonzii. It's just gone out of control. We're not really sure how to control it. It's changing hydrological cycles, it's changing biodiversity, it's changing everything, right? So we just need to be aware when the next time we go to plant a tree that you're actually planting the right tree in the right place, and it's a native species and not an exotic species. So bringing it all down, essentially what we need are win-win solutions to this problem. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and the Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, IPCC and IPBES, had a joint report that came out a couple of years ago. And essentially what they highlighted there is that we have two crises. We're dealing with a climate crisis, but we're also dealing with a biodiversity crisis. And both of these are linked. So climate change is linked to biodiversity loss, and both of these can have the potential to negatively impact human well-being and quality of life. And you cannot focus on one while ignoring the other. And that's what we've been doing for the most part, is we've just been focusing on climate change and trying to mitigate climate change, but this is coming at a cost of biodiversity. And we need to stop and think about our approaches going ahead, right? And this is a bit of a confusing figure. You don't need to worry about it, but this is again from the same report. On the top, it shows, on the left, the actions you can take for climate, and on the right, its implications for biodiversity. So the blue lines are ones that have positive effects on both sides. The red lines are when climate actions have a negative impact on biodiversity. And at the bottom, it's the other way around, biodiversity actions and its impact on climate. So as you can see on the top, there are a lot more red lines. So if you just focus on climate, it's going to have a lot more negative effects on biodiversity. Whereas if we approach it from a restoration viewpoint, where we also keep biodiversity in mind, then there are a lot more win-win solutions when it comes to climate, right? And so that's the take-home message, is basically we need to be thinking not just about climate, but also about biodiversity and human well-being. And when it comes to actually implementing these, like I said, there seems to be this belief for many of the people that trees are good and a forest is good, where a grassland is bad. And this is something people have done a survey, and it's called biome awareness disparity. It's not just here. Globally, people seem to value forests more than grasslands. And how do we change that? Because unless you change that, we're not going to be able to sort of address these issues that impact biodiversity. Unfortunately, I don't know the answer to that question, but it requires, working with forest department officials, it requires working with government officials, it requires working with industry, CSR, people who are giving money to plant trees, to think about where these trees are going to be planted, right? And if it's planted in the right place, then that's great. So I'd like to stop there. Maybe I've just gone on more than I should. But yeah, I'd like to thank all of these people.
Thanks, Mahesh. Now I'd like to call upon Dr. Ashish Nimgaonkar. Dr. Nimgaonkar is a physician scientist, entrepreneur and educator. He is founder and chief medical officer and chief of R&D at Glycine Therapeutics, which is developing innovative gut-restricted oral medication for obesity and type 2 diabetes. He also holds an academic position at Johns Hopkins University and is an active gastroenterologist at Johns Hopkins Hospital. Dr. Nimgaonkar is an accomplished and award-winning innovator, and his research is funded by the National Institutes of Health and National Health Foundation in the US. He's got a very well-rounded academic background as well. He is an MBBS, he's a physician from Osmania. Then he gained MTech from IIT Bombay and an MSc from Harvard MIT's Division of Health Sciences and Technology. And he completed his residency in internal medicine at Harvard and undertook dual fellowships in gastroenterology and design at Stanford.
Thanks for the generous introduction, Sivaram. And I'm really glad that I'm sandwiched between two terrific speakers, because as they say, as long as the beginning and the end is good, no one cares about the middle. I don't have any slides to share, but I do want to share some of my perspectives and stories that I've gathered over the last 2 decades. And some of these exemplify the real power of collaboration and partnerships. When it comes to innovation in biomedicine, it's really hard, right? And by definition, innovation requires interdisciplinary crosstalk and collaboration across different aspects of research and development. The earliest memory actually that I had, which inspired and triggered me to going into becoming a researcher and entrepreneur, was the Human Genome Project. Some of you may have heard Human Genome Project, which was the first project of its kind sponsored by the US government to sequence the entire human genome, which had 3 billion base pairs. This was almost 20 years back, and it took close to 10 years to get the whole entire human genome sequenced, but it required collaboration between 20 different universities across 4 different continents at a price tag of somewhere between $3 to $5 billion. But it was a collaboration at scale that since has really reinvented the whole field of biotech industry, whether it be diagnostics or drug discovery. I always had the aspiration to be an entrepreneur ever since I learned about these discoveries. And the real inspiration was to get products from conception into patient care to have a global impact. But when I started on this journey, I was very naive in my thinking, and I used to think that all it mattered for a successful product was to have a great idea, and then some magic happened. But that magic was really planning and execution, and a large part of that was building teams and leading these teams across not just the company, but also our multiple different organizations. This is particularly important in a healthcare startup. By definition, a startup is resource constrained. And when you're trying to build a company from scratch, you have to rely on external partners and collaborators and be resourceful in how you manage those partnerships. Whether it's early stage R&D where you are talking to other scientists and as well as groups outside your sphere of expertise, or later stage drug development, which we are at my company Glycin. We are now a phase 2 clinical stage company, and we talk to a lot of CROs and pharma partners. At the end of the day, it is the individuals that you're talking to on the other side of the table. And it comes back to aligned incentives and ambitions. By definition, these kind of collaborations are pretty complex and can be really symbiotic if they are structured the right way. An example that comes to my mind is the discovery of insulin. More than 100 years back, Fred Banting, who was a physician scientist, discovered insulin in his lab in Canada. And for many years, he toyed around with trying to make the insulin, synthesize the insulin. It was a phenomenal discovery, but it went nowhere until he found the right partner in Eli Lilly, which is a global pharma company, and the rest is history. And that just exemplifies that you as an individual can do only so many things, and to really have impact at scale requires this kind of sort of collaboration. So, but collaborations are not without their risks. When I looked at the failures in biomedical innovation, what I learned and realized was most of the failures happen because of stakeholder mismanagement, misalignment of expectations, and differing risk tolerance between the partners. So no matter how promising a collaboration is, it is essential to build that relationship and address potential failure points very early on in that partnership. Because at the end of the day, we are, as individuals, are only one drop, but together we make the ocean. And so it is critical that we have a shared vision and alignment as we execute on a goal which is for the greater good. Well, thanks.
The third talk we have is from Dr. Chintan Vaishnav. Chintan Vaishnav is currently the Mission Director, Atal Innovation Mission at Niti Aayog. And also more to the context, he chaired the Startup 20 track during India's G20 presidency recently. Chintan is a socio-technologist trained as an engineer to design large systems which have both human complexity as well as technological complexity. He is currently on leave from his academic position at MIT to work at Niti Aayog. As teacher, innovator and entrepreneur, Chintan splits his time between teaching and research at MIT and living and working with rural communities in India to build solutions that can overcome constraints and constraints that are fundamental to the human condition. Chintan couldn't join us, so he has sent us his remarks over a video, and we'll be watching that. Thanks.
Hello everyone, this is Chintan Vaishnav. I am the Mission Director for Atal Innovation Mission, and more relevantly this year I am also the chair of the Startup 20 engagement group of the G20. Many of you know about Startup 20. This was the only new engagement group under India's G20 presidency. India proposed it, we took it from 0 to 1, and now it has been made a permanent feature of the G20 architecture as we move forward. This is an important moment. In some ways, in the global startup policy, this is a watershed moment because until now, G20 has had only one group that represented businesses called the B20 or the Business 20. Going forward, there will be two groups representing businesses. B20 that will represent the large corporations, and Startup 20 will represent startups and the SMEs. This is the first year in G20's history when startups have written a policy recommendation for the world leaders. They've asked for several things in this policy recommendation. First of all, the 20 nations plus the 9 invited nations came together to call upon the world leaders to raise the annual investment in the global startup ecosystem to $1 trillion annually, which is about 2.5 to 3 times what it has been over years. In addition, they've asked for the globe to embrace global frameworks for startup definition, governance framework that startups can embrace, and so on, so that the valuation can become in line with value. They have suggested ways of creating access for startups to global financial capital, to global talent, global markets, global mentors, and so on. They've advocated emphasizing inclusive practices and have cataloged some of the greatest practices that exist in inclusion today across the globe. They have identified ways for taking startups that are of global interest global. And then finally, they have called upon the world to create a globally networked institution of existing agencies so that startups that deserve to go global can go global more easily. Sorry for a lot of information very quickly, but this is very relevant to this forum. First of all, I must say that I'm terribly sorry that I can't be with you in person there in Hyderabad. This is indeed one of my favorite forums organized by IKP. Every time I've come there, I have learned a lot, and I'm sure you have a lot of excitement coming as this conference gets underway. Now, this year's theme of sort of positively impacting the Anthropocene is a very relevant theme to what is happening with respect to the creation of this Startup 20 as well. If you take almost any problem that is created due to human activity, or where human activity is a major contributor today, take any sustainable development goal today, and you break it up into smaller pieces of the puzzle that we will have to address in order for us to address the SDG. and then go out and look for startups everywhere across the world to see if there are startups solving pieces of these puzzles. And I bet you, for any challenge that you take on, you will find great startups in some or the other corner of the world solving for that piece of the puzzle. The need of the hour is to have a platform that brings these startups together more seamlessly so that they can work together and they can make a difference on the Anthropocene positively. So I hope with the creation of the Startup 20 as a forum that enables such work, and I welcome you all to come participate as we turn this great policy communique that we have produced into action through various platforms. Thank you very much.
So just summarizing that in 20 seconds, if you have to take 1 point each from each of the three speakers, I think the 3 points would be: one, the importance of experts and decision makers talking to each other. Secondly, the importance of aligning the incentives of various stakeholders in shaping these partnerships. And the third thing is the importance of creating platforms and forums that facilitate wide and long discussions to craft consensus, especially on a global scale. Thanks a lot, all the speakers. Thanks, Ashish. Thanks, Mahesh, and of course, Chintan, who is not here. Continuing the celebration of partnerships, IKP would like to acknowledge some of our extremely valuable partnerships, long-standing partnerships, and I'd invite Dipanvita on stage to recognize and celebrate some of our partners. Thanks, Dipanvita.
When we're talking of partnerships, we've been working with BIRAC right from the stage when BIRAC was a project, before BIRAC was established. So we felt that if we have to talk of one institution which has helped build partnerships, just not with IKP. IKP is a partner of BIRAC, but there are several other institutions. If we have to talk of one institution in India that has shown the power of partnerships for building innovation, it is BIRAC. And we would like to invite Dr. Jitendra Kumar. And I think we have also Dr. Shubharanjan Chakravarti and Dr. Shirshendu Mukherjee. Manish is not here. Yeah, so this.
టీ తీసుకురా కొంచెం టీ తీసుకురారా టీ తీసుకురా టీ తీసుకురా హలో హలో టీ తీసుకుంటారా
12 years is a long time, and I think what BIRAC has done is absolutely stupendous and really gives all of us a lot of encouragement. We also want to celebrate a partnership that is just a year old, not even a year old, but it has a very long-standing impact on the startup regulatory system. It's a partnership with JS's Academy of Higher Education that we have forged, and we have Dr. Patil with us. And this is a global regulatory forum that IKP has set up with JS's Academy, and we want to celebrate the partnership. Everyone, with this, we close this session, and we have a back-to-back roundtable. There are two roundtables, one on responsible biomanufacturing, the other on One Health. You would know which session to go to. So tea, coffee will be served at your roundtable, so don't worry about that. And I know many of you, even if you're not participating, you can be observers. So please join the roundtable. And after 6 p.m., we have a BIRAC GBI roadshow, the Global Business Bio India. You know, Global Bio India. And I was saying is bio has to be there, B has to be BIRAC. Global Bio India Conference, a roadshow of that. That's at the Novotel Ballroom, which is just in the next building, the Novotel Hotel. That's from 6:15 to 7, and that is followed by the awards at the lawns at 7:15. So we'll all see you at the roundtable, at the GBI roadshow, and the award ceremony, and followed by dinner. Thank you.